What is up? Hope you all had a wonderful Thanksgiving. Welcome back to another live stream repair. We took a day or two off, and well, geez, look at us now. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And one more that I'm waiting to hear whether they want their name up on the screen or not. So at least 13 HomePods that we need to get through this weekend. Whew. Let's go ahead and start. We're gonna kick things off with Ben's here. Let me shoot them a link to watch. We took a look at Ben's on our last stream. And they sent 2 HomePods in, actually. One of them had, let's see, no power, and the other one has a blinking volume buttons issue. We fixed the one up with no power, no problem. And then we tried to USB restore the one here with the blinking volume buttons. Unfortunately, it did not want to restore. It was giving us an error, complaining particularly about the storage chip on there, which is a pretty common cause for those kinds of failures. They actually picked up one of our USB adapters a while ago and tried it themselves and already got the same result, but we figured we were, might as well try ourselves just in case. Same result though. So here's what we're going to do. We are going to first try and repair the hardware on this logic board. And if we can't get this logic board fixed, we will replace it with another one. In any case, we're going to do the full teardown and maintenance while we're here. Here is the logic board. Oh, looks like we heard back from lucky number 13 for Nicholas. Let me put their name up on the screen. Alright, we'll see how many we can get through in one sitting here. This is going to be quite the stream. Alright, first thing we need to expose that precious storage chip. And then we'll get this bolted down. And there's our guy. Let's see, is my gun at 375? Yep. Here we go. Actually, before we start that, cheers. Now we can begin. Let's see, hope that didn't stick itself back down. Sweet. What have we got? We got a clean pull there. And I see a few gnarly pads on here. So there's a good chance this was purely a BGA issue, but we won't know without a NAND chip reader for an iPhone 6. Those things are fairly expensive. Our next best shot is reballing these and seeing if that fixes it. In either case, it's not like we can just replace the chip. There's still no known way to reprogram a new one and make it happy with the rest of the parts because they're serialized for each other. Good times. Let's get this cleaned up. I'm just going to use a little bit of solder wick and scrub those pads clean. Especially the ones that look dull, we want to give them a good extra little scrub to make sure that we remove all the oxidation that built up and caused all this to stop connecting. Very good. Let's get the board too. All right. It's clean. Clean this chip up here. A little bit of iso alcohol. then we're gonna repaste this sucker. I'll grab 2 other chips as like shims, just to kind of help hold the reball stencil. Alright, we're going to line this up. That's funny. It looks straight on to me, but it's very off on camera. That's just because of the angle. We're going to grab some of our pasty stuff here and smear that across. I'm not doing very good at this, I'm sorry. Let's give that a shot. Ooh, that was pretty bad. I'm going to put my phone on Do Not Disturb. That is really annoying. I had it and then my phone went off and it made me twitch. That's okay. 3rd time's the charm. Yes, that is beautiful. That's what we're looking for. All right, now we can reheat this. Get a little flux on there. I'm going to drop this back in. And here we go. Making sure it's all level and square. Sometimes they go on there a little cattywampus. Let's see what it does. I give it about a 50% chance that fixes it, frankly. Yeah. Let's see if it, excuse me. Let's see if it restores or not. What's it gonna give us? Nah, same issue. So the storage chip is cooked, unfortunately, on this one. All that for nothing, basically. Maybe I'll give it another shot one day, but today is not that day. Today is the day we gotta get stuff working. Get ourselves a working logic board here so we can make this thing work again. Here it is, the precious logic board. Off to the parts pile for you, Mr. Pod. I'm so sorry. It was, it was just kind of your fate. That's kind of why I bought you. Alright, let's make this worthwhile. Since they're doing the hardware repair already, we're gonna give it that maintenance. Ooh. This looks like it was dropped at one point, because the basket's cracked right here, and this screw is very, very bent. Is the subwoofer still straight? We are in. What all does this need? Let's see. It's definitely getting new filters. They all get new filters. Our 10 ohm resistor looks okay. Our Schottky diode is dated 48K, of course, so that needs to get replaced, otherwise it will fail and cause no power. Excuse me, fail and cause no power. Ran out of breath there. Let's get this all spiffied up. Oh, I was wondering why they weren't going anywhere. We need to turn this up to... turn this way up. There we go. Yeah. Excuse me. Let's get this tinned. All right. And now that that diode, before it fails and causes no power, Alright. So we'll need to reset and update this for them, of course, since this is a replacement logic board, freshly pulled from a different parts pod that simply wouldn't turn on. We did try to repair their logic board. Unfortunately, it seems the NAND chip itself has died. But we've got a working set of parts in here for them to send back with their other HomePod. If we can get it to talk, say something. It's been a minute since this one's probably seen the light of power.
I'm having trouble.
There we go.
I'm having trouble.
Alright. Let's move on to the next one. We've got Trey's HomePod here. Trey actually had the same issue, the blinking volume buttons. Surprisingly, it took a USB restore. So at this point, we just need to do the maintenance for it. Make it a long-lasting, happy HomePod again. Alright. Here we go. What is up, Alex? Welcome back. Welcome. And, yeah, that's a good point, but, that's the goal. That is the goal. I would like to spend tomorrow not worrying about any work. So the wife and I arranged that I take as much time as I need today to get everything fixed so we can relax tomorrow. We'll see what we can get through. I mean, I'm not gonna make her sit there for 8 hours. And we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So probably, I think we can get through them all today. I think we can at least look at all of them today. I don't think we'll get everything fixed today, but we'll at least be able to determine what everything needs. We'll be able to fix everything with no power. We'll be able to fix a couple of bricks, and then any of the new ones that just showed up that are bricks. We'll see if they restore, and if they don't, they will get looked at after the weekend. I do say business days that we work. Weekends are our business days, even though here we are. And frankly, though, if I didn't, we would never catch up. Alright, before we dive into that, I am thirsty. Okay, so Trey's HomePod here. We looked at it on a previous stream. It was bricked, it was blinking volume buttons. Surprisingly, it took a USB restore, no problem. So they did opt for the extra maintenance to keep it going for as long as possible. So we got it apart here. We're going to knock these filters out first because they tend to go bad over time and lead to death farts and all sorts of bass issues. And then we'll see if that Schottky diode needs replaced as well. We can tell just by the date code on there. It's the 46K and the 48Ks that keep failing. Alright. Almost. It always looks better on camera than it does in person. Alright. What's the date code on our Schottky diode? 46K. Yep, that needs to get replaced. Let's go ahead and do that. That's just a little bit of flux on there. It's not to help take anything off. I'm just lazy and I'm saving the step in the next few steps here. When I go to put the new one on, I've already got flux on there. Flux doesn't usually help take stuff off. What flux does is remove the oxidation that occurs on the surface of these copper and solder tin pads here. They pretty much instantly oxidize on the surface layer, and that is what flux is for, is when it'll react with the oxidation and remove that and help the solder properly flow and create that true alloy bond, and not just a mechanical, like holding hands. You want to actually interlock fingers, my guy. All first gen? Oh yeah, all first gens. Nothing but first gens in sight here. What is up, Junebug? Welcome to the stream. I don't think I've seen your name around here before. Yes. Oh, let me tell you all about Flux, man. I'm almost 31 years old now, and we've been doing HomePod repairs for almost 3 years. And before I started doing HomePods, I never had a hot air workstation. I didn't do SMD, anything. It was whatever you could get done with a basic soldering iron. And I basically never used flux. I mean, I used whatever flux was inside of my solder, rosin core solder. But I never had a dedicated tube of flux or a tub of flux or anything like that. And for the most part, I got along by pretty well. Pretty much not much problems. I have been soldering for myself and DIY and tinkering and a few fixes for friends and family here and there throughout my whole lifetime. And I thought I was fairly proficient at basic soldering. And then I started getting into, well, and I had my struggles here and there. And then I got into hot air reworking, SMD components, micro soldering, and it was just, people on YouTube made it look so easy, and I couldn't figure out how they were doing that. And of course, a lot of it is skill and experience, but a lot of it comes down to understanding what you're, how what you're actually doing works. And by that I mean, the flux, and I used to do my own car audio for myself. I didn't do it professionally, but it seemed perfectly fine to just solder a couple of wires together, no flux. You tugged on it and it wouldn't come apart. That was good enough, right? I had no concept of what a cold solder joint was. And you would have all these weird problems that you wouldn't really understand what caused them or how to fix it. You would just keep trying again and again until you got the result you wanted sometimes. There's this really good YouTube playlist by Pace Electronics, the Soldering Basics. I watched that whole playlist over and over again right before I started offering HomePod repair services, and that really laid down the fundamentals of like what is that soldering actually doing. And once I learned that, it was a night and day difference. Everything suddenly became super easy. Things just flowed into place. You'd get reliable, solid solder joints, and I could turn around and apply that new knowledge to my DIY projects. Not just, offering a service for other people, but making my own stuff work better too. And it was just, the flux alone was just such a eureka moment, where it was like, oh, so that's what it does, and that's why you need it. And as soon as I bought a dedicated tube of flux, and I stopped relying on the rosin core or the flux that's in your solder, this is not going to cut it. I mean, it might, like I said, it might work most of the time. It might work if you keep trying, but the flux is the secret sauce. And you got to be careful if you're using any off-the-shelf flux. Generally, you need to clean it up when you're done. You can't just leave it around. We use the good stuff. We use no clean, so this stuff will not corrode if you leave it on the board over time. Normal flux absolutely will. So something to keep in mind as well. But flux was my favorite. It is my favorite, and I can see now why the other, electronics repair YouTubers talk about it so much. And I could not imagine doing the majority of these repairs without it. No way, no way. What did we do with this speaker in particular? We actually got lucky with this one on our last stream with it. It took a software restore via USB without a problem. But Trey here has opted for the extra hardware maintenance, so that involves taking it apart and replacing the other stuff that tends to fail and cause issues, like the filters on the amp that go bad and cause bass issues, and that Schottky diode also on the amp that goes bad and causes no power. We give people the option, if they've got a HomePod that appears to be just a software issue, and it turns out we can plug in our fancy USB adapter and restore it to good as new again, they have the option of just paying for our time and getting it back, or they can pay a little more. We'll take it apart and we'll replace the components that commonly fail and cause these things to get sent in to us for other issues. What is up, DJ? Welcome back. When you try to restore them, you get 62% through IBEC and then it freezes and times out. That seems like a hardware issue. Does it end with an actual error? Does it give you an error? Or does it kind of just hang there the whole time? Because I've got a stack of various logic boards set to the side here with different errors that you get when you restore them, and if you know what error it gives you at the very end there, I could tell you if I've seen that before, and if it's most likely it is a hardware error, yeah. You soldered a battery to the board a few minutes ago, the original battery that came with my speaker. When you increase the volume to 100%, the speaker turns off. That could be a few things. Your battery could not be good enough. The power supply that you're using as well could not be adequate. This is taking its time. I'm going to try it one more time here. Alright, this one is still looping. So here's what we're going to do with it. Since it already took a software restore via USB, there's a chance I made it unhappy with a certain set of steps to re-brick it here. So we're going to try a USB restore on it one more time. And if I can't get it reliably working for them, I'm going to put a different logic board in there, just so I don't have them, I don't send it back to them. I don't want to just get it working and send it back to them, because chances are they're going to reach out to us and say, hey, it's not working again, right? So it took a restore and it worked once. We'll see if it takes it again and stays that way. If not, it's going to get another logic board here. Let's move on to Lane here. Let's see. Let me find their box, because I can't find their info here. Oh, it's not Lane, it's Ian. It's because it's Ian. Alright. Ian with the bricked HomePod. Let's see. There we go. Let me see what error they encountered when we restored theirs. Ian. Alright, Ian got through. Entering restore mode, waiting for NAND. Okay, so they got hung up on the NAND as well. How about this? If one more person leaves a like on this stream in the time it takes me to take this logic board out, we'll attempt to repair and revolve this logic board. If nobody cares, I'm just going to swap this logic board for a working one. I'm testing you guys. See if anybody's alive or if you all are just bots. Oh, already got someone. Alright, fine. I'll try to fix it first. Making me work. Fine. Sorry for calling you a bot. I was kind of hoping you guys would want me to try it anyways. Alright, we can set that to the side. Let's get to the good stuff. Another Toshiba Nanda chip, of course. Not like there's any correlation. There's only 2 production runs of these things, so it's not like a correlation would even be significant here. There it is. Toshiba. Let's get that pulled off. Is that a Lazy Susan? Yes, it is. It was, where did I get it? I think I was with my wife at Target once, and you know when as soon as you walk in through the door, they have those, like, bargain bins at the front with, like, the $3 to $5 items. They had a bunch of them. And it's nothing special. It's just a cheap little wooden Lazy Susan. As a matter of fact, the ball bearings in it are made of wood. If I tilt it to the side and tap on it, a bunch of wood dust will fall out. I learned that the hard way. But, ooh, we're running way too hot for this. Let's turn this down. It's not too late. It smells like my dad's old work. He used to work at David's Pizza. A Spokane special. Best pizza in town for years. I could guarantee that. They were voted for it. And then he went to a Brew Cheese. Oh, Brew Cheese was good. I do not like cheese. I don't like cheesesteaks, but he would make me one with American cheese instead. I'm gross, I know. I don't like Philly cheese. Let's clean this mess up. Get a little bit of flux on the board while it's still hot. Kind of smooth it around. Yes, I'm using my hands. I am an animal. All right. Let's clean up. And we're going to re-ball this real quick. The paste is solder. It's solder paste. And the aluminum stencil has holes in it, so when we smear it across, it smears and leaves the paste right over the pads of the storage chip that we're trying to resolder here. Sometimes it's the chip that dies, and sometimes it's the solder to it that's gone bad, and it's hard to tell. Which one it is without just trying, unfortunately. Do I have a tools list available? What I do have is up on my website. If you go to nixfix.com and you go to my FAQ section, it's towards the very bottom. I've got a list of all of the tools that you see us use here. I don't think I've put the stencil and my solder paste up there yet, but all of the more common repairs that you see us do here, I've got all the parts that we do use there. Alright. Will we get lucky? That's kind of what you need here, is a bit of skill and some luck. Alright. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna work still. That's why I don't like trying this first. I think that's gonna do the blinkies still. Yeah. Not for this one. I know it's possible because I've got a whole stack of them with the exact same error. And the other night, I had some free time to try to fix a couple of them. And it was a 50-50 chance. Some of them, it took the reball and it actually booted right up after. I didn't have to re-restore it. The other half, same error. So it leads to believe that it's the storage chip itself that died. Let's grab... Do I have a black parts one here? Hold on. I do. Alright. Cool. We can use the logic board from this one. With so many of these that have dead storage chips, it's starting to seem more and more like it's going to be worth investing some more time and money into figuring out how to fix that, how to replace them. Because they're serialized parts between the CPU and the storage chip. We can't just replace it with another one, unfortunately. It's got to be programmed. They've got to be married for each other. And it's not a new thing for iPhone 6s, which is the same storage chip. But the HomePod does make it slightly different enough that we have to figure out its particular process. Which is why, in the meantime, the next best thing we can do is dig into our stockpile of parts and replace things as needed whole, like this. If it wasn't for people donating these, or at the very least offering to sell their broken ones to us. I wouldn't be able to offer this. I'd only be able to fix like no power and death farts. And for the longest time, that's how it was too. If it had blinking volume buttons or a lot of other software issues, you were kind of out of luck still. Into the parts pile for you. The parts pile is moaning and complaining. It said, "Please stop." Ooh. Okay. Whew. That's worked up. That's worked up quite a thirst. Cheers. All right. First up, our fart filters. Alright, and what's the date code on our diode? We've got a 52K there, so we don't need to bother with that. Let's get this put back together with fresh parts, and this will be one happy HomePod again. right. Is it required to fully button up the speaker before testing/powering it on? Absolutely not. I am just that confident in my repairs that, and frankly, it's usually, it saves me so much more time to assume that I did it right the first time and put it together and see if it works, than to spend the extra couple of minutes for each HomePod to test it with it apart. That said, if you look at some of my much earlier live streams, you'll see how we tested each of them halfway apart before putting them back together. So it's perfectly, you can totally test them apart. You got to be really careful you don't break something doing that, but it's totally doable. All right. The next one that we must look at here, they asked, to be anonymous, so we're putting them down as B1 here. They've also got a brick. We also already tried restoring it, and it didn't take it. Let me get a logic board here. This is one that I had actually fixed last night already. I had taken the storage chip off and replaced the BGA, got it back on there, and it works good as new. Proof there that it's certainly possible, it's just not the easiest way to find out. Let's get B1 here all maintained and ready to go. Yeah, if you're doing these yourself, I would definitely recommend rather trying things with it apart if you can safely arrange the components. But here for our live streams, time is an important factor. So quite often you'll see us outright replacing a whole board for something that may be repairable, but it's not like I'm charging the customer more because I'm making that decision. I'm charging them the same amount for the same repair under the assumption that I will maybe be able to fix that and reuse it for someone else's HomePod in the future. I mean, it's not the most, it doesn't make the most economical sense, but I'm not here to make a bunch of money. I'm here to fix a bunch of HomePods. I'm here to meet people. I'm here to see what kind of interesting problems we can run into and what kind of challenges we can face. And I'm here to show people that it can be done. Maybe not here and now, but it can be done. I don't make a living off of these repairs. That's obviously the dream, right? I would love to make enough off of this to quit my job and have nothing to worry about other than my family and HomePods. But these days, living's expensive and I've got a kid, so I mean at this point this helps pay for the baby food, but I've got a day job and that's what pays the rent and keeps the lights on. So it goes both ways, right? Like, I don't have to worry about making the most money, making the most profit out of this, because I'm not relying on it. So I can focus more on just making it the best. What's the blue solution? It's actually isopropyl alcohol, and it's what helps us. This part right here is glued down. You can see some of that glue sticking up here, and this helps break that glue down and make it not so sticky. So when we go to pry this up, it's not putting up so much of a fight. For the longest time, we worked on these without it. It's not like you need it, but it does make it a lot easier. Yeah, that's also why I only sell one part, you know, so like I get people asking me all the time, like, can I buy this part from you? And I don't have a problem selling parts to people. But I do have a problem when it becomes, hey, can I buy this thing from you over and over again? Or, hey, can I buy 10 of this thing from you? And it's, you know, I'm not here to facilitate making profit. I'm here for the same reason that I started all of this, which was I couldn't find any info out there on how to fix these issues. And if there was a way to fix it, there wasn't, you know, nobody knew what parts to replace them with either. And as a fellow HomePod aficionado, I absolutely love these things. I wouldn't be working on them if I didn't think they weren't. If it wasn't a fantastic speaker. But I don't even remember where I was going with that. Whatever. Here we've got B1's amplifier board where we are going to replace those filters that love to go bad and cause death farts and all sorts of bass issues. And then we're going to flip it around and see what date code that diode has. What's the date code? 26K. That one's good to leave alone. Let's get this back together. I'm gonna give that a second to cool off. Okay. Let's get this together. You know what's funny, Junebug, is before HomePods, I was pretty much purely a Google guy, like a Google Home and Android guy. It was the HomePod that sucked me into the Apple ecosystem. Full stop. I got the iPhone, I got the iPad, I got the MacBook. I got the AirPods, and of course, I got the HomePods. But prior to HomePods, I was 2 steps away from filling my home up with a bunch of Google speakers instead, or Sonos or something. And I even for a while I even carried around my phone prior to iPhone was I used to carry 2 phones. I have 2 phone numbers. I've got one for my day job and then my personal phone number. And my work obviously pays for my work phone, but I would usually have them get me an iPhone. And then I would buy myself an Android phone for my personal line, so I'd have an Android phone and an iPhone on me all the time. And I just liked that. I liked it that way. I was always using one phone for some things and a different phone for other things, regardless of work or personal. I just preferred doing certain things on one phone over the other. But no one phone did everything the way that I wanted for a while. And then I got sucked into HomePods, and I used my iPhone and Apple devices so much more that I ended up pretty much never touching my Android phone. And then I found out I could import a Hong Kong variant iPhone and have a dual physical SIM slot. And the reason why physical SIM cards are very important to me is because my day job involves a lot of testing random stuff. And sometimes I get cellular devices and I need a SIM card to activate it and test it on the internet. And eSIM is a huge hassle. and a lot of the stuff I work with doesn't even support eSIMs, but it'll take a physical SIM card, no problem. So let me line this up. I like to carry physical SIM cards because it makes it easy for me to pop the SIM card out of my phone, pop it into whatever thing I'm testing, and see, test stuff out. And it's no big deal if I miss a call or a text message or two on my work SIM because I'm literally working. Who cares? And then it's just nice to have a different carrier. So my work line is through AT&T and my personal line's through T-Mobile. So it's nice to have two physical SIMs from two different carriers when I'm testing stuff for work. And if you're curious what I do for work, the most that I can say is I work for a software company that develops enterprise AI-driven IP camera and external sensor management solutions. So we've got applications and programs on all sorts of platforms and hardware out there. Yep, it's the same here. I use the iPhone for work and the Android for personal. How funny is it that usually works out that way? My justification personally was I feel like the iPhone is more reliable and robust for just communicating with people and taking phone calls. And the privacy the privacy and the data concern was a thing for me too, because a lot of our customers, if I wouldn't be in a good spot if my Android phone was compromised because of some I don't know. I feel like iPhones are more secure than Android phones. That's a debate that you could have all day, but that's how I felt. So that, and then it just felt easier to communicate with work in the Apple ecosystem than on my Android stuff. Now, on the flip side, I didn't care too much about customizing my work phone. I got a cool case for it, I got a nice wallpaper, and that's about it. My personal phone, I want to deck out. I want widgets, I want icon themes, I want bells and whistles, I want to install custom ROMs and operating systems, I want to root it and jailbreak it. All that stuff, it's not smart to do on a work phone that has a bunch of sensitive customer data on it, and ways to communicate with high-level customers. Like, not a smart idea. That said, my current carrying is an iPhone 14 Pro Max that I imported from Hong Kong because it has dual physical SIM slot. All of the iPhones, all of the current model iPhones sold as early back as like the 13 or 14 started switching over to eSIM. So at best, the US models all had eSIM and you couldn't put a physical SIM card in it. You could buy an international unlocked version, but that still only came with one SIM slot and one eSIM. I have two physical SIMs, and that's my priority. There are two versions of the iPhone sold around the world that come with dual physical SIM slot. And that's the version sold in China and the version sold in Hong Kong. So those are your choices. Now, why did I go with the Hong Kong one instead of the one from China? Because the one sold in China has Wi-Fi calling and FaceTime audio disabled. And I don't really use that stuff, but even with a US account, using it in US on a US carrier, that stuff's gonna be locked. It's not gonna work. So I wanted to play it safe, and that means ultimately, as far back as the 14 and up to even the current gen 16s and Pro Maxes and whatevers, if you want an iPhone with 2 physical SIM slots, or a SIM card tray that can hold 2 physical SIM cards with no restrictions, your only option is importing the one from Hong Kong. If you only need 1 physical SIM card and you're okay with the second one being an eSIM, then you can import an unlocked international one. If you don't care about Wi-Fi calling and FaceTime audio and you need the dual physical SIM, then you can import the one from China or Hong Kong if you care. But that is why why I still have a 14 Pro Max imported from Hong Kong. I'll get a 15 or 16 Pro Max when it doesn't cost more than $1,000 to import from Hong Kong, because like I said, I need dual physical SIM cards still, and that's the only one that comes with it without any restrictions. Good stuff. Yeah, same here. People would pay me in high school to jailbreak their iPhones and iPods, and I'm sitting here like Apple's put out like the 3rd or 4th gen iPod Touch, and I'm sitting here with a 2nd gen refurb, but I'm jailbreaking everyone's like current gen stuff. Alright, we've got B1.
I'm having trouble connecting to the internet. For more info, check the Home app.
We need to test, reset, and update that. But they are all set and good to go. I think that's all the pain and suffering that I have to go through here now. We can move on to some more fun repairs. Stuff that doesn't just involve like swapping parts out. Let's pull up the next one. We've got Mauricio. What's wrong with their HomePod? They've got no power. All right. Started out with the iOS. Have you ever modified one of these to use an even bigger speaker? I have not. Mostly because the speakers that it uses are pretty adequate, and the amplifier is paired pretty well with the speakers that it uses. You wouldn't really want to use anything bigger without worrying about blowing up the amplifier inside. And vice versa. You wouldn't want to hook up a bigger amplifier to the speakers inside of this, because that could very well blow it up too. The amp and the speakers are pretty well paired for each other. Mauricio's got this very nicely packed. There we go. They even have the plastic on it still. Look at that. A 1 and a 2. Aha. Let's confirm our symptoms here. We've got no power, no lights, no nothing. We've got 6 watts of power draw at the wall. So that looks like the typical diode failure on the amplifier. This is the same part that you've seen us replace on most of these other HomePods during this stream up to this point. More out of preventative measure for this exact issue. But in this case, it has failed. So we're going to get this apart. We're going to get that diode replaced. And while we're in there, we're going to give it new filters to prevent the other issues like death farts and bad bass. Let's get those filters replaced. This is to keep that bass speaker nice and healthy. Keep those death farts away. And there is our dead diode. We'll get that replaced with a brand new diode. That'll prevent this problem from happening again. Mauricio, welcome. Welcome, I'm so glad you could make it. We're at the meat and potatoes of your repair now. We are fixing the part that caused the problem. And there we go, it's all done. Let's get this back together. And you will see for yourself one happy HomePod again. Oh, appreciate it, mate. I'm just glad that you found us. I'm just surprised to see so many people like throw them away or donate them, and then they reach out to us after the fact and they're like, oh, if only I knew, about you sooner. I mean, frankly, I wish we'd go out of business because Apple recalled them all and took care of you guys, but that's why we're here, because they didn't. Oh, what a world we live in. All right. And here we go.
I'm having trouble connecting to the internet. For more info, check the Home app. I'm having trouble connecting.
All right. Let's see, you opted for it to be reset and updated. We will do that for you before we send it back. Mauricio, appreciate you stopping by. Feel free to hang out while we cruise through the rest of this repair stream, or feel free to drop off and wait to hear back from us after the stream, where we'll follow up with you on how to finish up and get your HomePod back, you know? Let's see who's next. We've got Peter. Let's pull Peter's info up. Here we go. Peter. What's wrong with Peter's HomePod? We've got no power for Peter's HomePod. Peter, welcome. Glad you could make it. Welcome, welcome. Let's get their name up on the screen. All right. We've got Peter's no power pod here. No lights, no power, no nothing. We've got a couple of watts of power draw from the wall, which tells me it's the usual issue with the dead diode. I don't know. Yeah, that definitely looks like they tried that. You can see the white marks on the edge of that there. Sorry that didn't I'm sorry that didn't work out for you. It took me at least an hour to get the top off of my first HomePod. Oh, I guess it doesn't really matter. You guys want to have some fun with this? Peter wanted this replaced, so that's why we're having a little fun with that. A little bit of isopropyl alcohol to make it easier to pry this speaker basket up when we get to it. We don't need this no more. We got that good solid rubber stuff to replace it with. First up, those filters, they go bad and cause those death farts. All sorts of bass issues. We don't like to see it, we don't like to hear it, and I don't want to get a HomePod back for it. So we replace them before that happens. Very nice. Let's get that 46K dated diode the heck out of here. Sorry for that. I'm just excited. My wife's on the way home with Arby's. I haven't had Arby's in a while. They messed up the beef and cheddar. I'm telling you, dude. They freaking replaced that incredible creamy cheddar sauce with some nasty slice of American on their beef and cheddar sandwich, and that's for something that's been the way that it was since my childhood, and for them to change it in such a sacrilegious way, that offended me. We had a personal boycott against Arby's for probably a year, and then well, I guess they fixed it. They brought the saucy cheddar back, so the beef and cheddar's good again. And I'm excited. The moment my wife pulls in that driveway, you bet we're gonna be right back. I'm just trying to get this one at least fixed and put together so you guys can see it works before I do that. Oh, my wife just pulled into the driveway. I will be right back, folks. If you can hang tight for 5-10-ish minutes, I'm going to go eat some food, rejuvenate, and we will be right back to wrap up Peter's and knock out a few more HomePods. We will be right back, folks. Ooh, what is up? Welcome back. Oh, that was some good food. That was fantastic. I can't even. Oh, I haven't had some good Arby's like that. Excuse me. Uh-oh. I might have eaten too fast. Oh no. Hold your breath. That's it. And fixed. My useless superpower is hiccups. I can tell there's 2 different types of hiccups that I can get. I don't know if this is the same for everyone else, but for me at least, there's 2 distinct different types of hiccups I can get that I can categorize them into. The kind that I can stop and the kind that I can't stop. The kind that I can stop, if I hold my breath for 10 to 20 seconds, it stops them every time. And every time, it's caused from eating or drinking something too fast. If I get hiccups out of nowhere, I'm screwed. There's nothing I can do to stop them. But that said, I can feel how many hiccups I'll have. I can feel how many hiccups I'm gonna have. So, there's my useless superpower. Shh. Where did their top go? They have a whole... Where's the thing? I'm gonna have to replay my live stream and see where that went. Wow. We lost that. Oh, no, that's right. I'm being silly. We're replacing this for Peter. Let's make sure this one... Great shape. Flung it. Mike with the freaking memory. That's right, that's right. We made a spectacle out of that one. Here we go. Peter is all fixed up.
I'm having trouble connecting to the internet. I'm having trouble.
You all thought, huh? You all thought. All right. This next one, they opted for no live stream. I don't know if it was a privacy issue or if they were just trying to make my job easier, but it's no different to me to turn the camera on and or add yours to the queue. So we'll put them down anonymously here. If they ever want to watch, it's there for them. If not, no big deal. Makes no difference to me. In any case, this HomePod here, they said sounds tinny like an iPhone. Well, if you ask me, phone and laptop speakers have come quite a long ways. Dare I say better than portable speakers used to be. Back when I was in... Oh no, I'm getting old. Back in my day! Let's take a listen for ourselves here. Man, I don't even hear a pop. No pop, no nothing.
I'm having trouble connecting to the...
Yeah. Alright, well let's see. They have no bass whatsoever. There could be a few different causes for this. I've got most of the ones that we've fixed in the past up on my website under the known issues. I always hope that the bass speaker's fine and it's just a shorted component on the amplifier. Sometimes it's those filters that we replace as part of our maintenance to keep things like this from happening. And unfortunately, that means the bass speaker needs to be replaced. I'm hoping that's not the case. I never hope it is. Oh. Why is that putting up a fight? Oh. Wow. Oh. Okay. Okay. That's rough. Everything on this is like stuck down. Wow. Oh sure, but the basket, the speaker basket, I bet I could pry that up by hand. Yep. Wow. Alright. The bass speaker looks and smells just fine, which means we've got something wrong purely on the amplifier. Let's see. We're going to check out the common culprit here. That black capacitor loves to short out. Right here. And it's not that. But the next common culprit is, I've got all of this info up on my website under the known issues, less common issues for no bass. Usually it's this black cap that shorts out. If not, then you check if this cap is shorted out. And indeed it is, which means this one's also going to show shorted out. Yep. And we need to replace one of these two chips here too. I spent a lot of time figuring this one out, and I'm going to go ahead and fall back on that info that I put up on the website. Let's see. We'll go to nixfix.com. Known issues. Less common. Another short, no bass. So we need to replace that 6-pin component here. Unfortunately, it does not survive, and that's usually what's showing the shorts here. This will appear shorted, but it's still good, and this does need to be replaced. So let's grab a parts board. This one you can see here I've already taken it, so we can't use that. This one, same thing. Let's see here. Here we go. Let's double check and make sure these aren't bad. That's good. That's good. Yes. Okay. Let's get our stuff. Alright, we've gotten our stuff. Let's get the dead stuff off of this good board. Looks like I misplaced that bottom one there. Let's fix that. There we go. And let's get this on there. Alright. Let's make sure the short is gone. Yeah. Yes. Okay. So with that alone, the base issue should be fixed. We're going to do a little bit of preventative maintenance while we're here and replace those filters that often go bad and cause death farts and even more base issues. What's the date code on our Schottky diode? 46K? Wow. This one wants a lot. So that kind of diode tends to fail and cause no power. We'll get that replaced as well, and that should finally be everything this HomePod needs to keep going for a long time.
I'm having trouble connecting to the internet. I'm having trouble connecting. I'm having trouble connecting to the
All right. Looks like I need to realign that display and make those volume buttons appear nice and evenly. Aside from that, it sounds like their bass is plenty back. So let's move on to NP1 here. Where is my mouse? All right. Email has been sent. Here we go. No lights, no power, the usual power draw. That looks like a dead diode to me. Let's get it fixed. Excuse me. And a 48K dated Shocky diode. If you don't need another computer, then maybe you just don't. But if you're questioning it, maybe you do need it. Can you see yourself using it enough to justify the cost? Will it benefit you enough? Or will you get it and go, man, I wish I spent that money on this thing instead?
I'm having trouble connecting to the internet. For more info, check the home. I'm having trouble.
All right. It's mad in here. Huh?
How many more you got?
Don't worry about it. A lot. I'll do like one or two more. It sounds like we're actually about out of time, folks. Sorry about that. But we will find the time and we will get the rest of these fixed up. I hope you all enjoyed this live stream repair, and I'll catch you in the next one.